Hello everyone, how are y'all doing today? The game it is launching, as it does. I just realized I gotta go poke a thing, I'll be right back. Hello, Bren, with the 4 stretches in a row. Why is my video not playing? Does it play if I pop it out? It does, so why is it... Hang on, refresh my dashboard. There it goes. Alright, that's dealt with, I think. Okay. So, let's get into the game, shall we? Alright. Let's play, shall we? Is Twitch actually saying that I'm at 7 viewers right now? Because that's a lot for when I've just gone live. And I'm not complaining. But it is a bit strange at the moment. Okay then, that was odd. Alright, drought's approaching, as it does. Also, Bren, when did you become a, what are they called? Yeah, it should be drought, okay. When did you become a, what's the word for it? A Sergal. Alright, if I recall correctly, food I had kind of dealt with. I had, yeah. Harvesting that, which is good, because I need that harvested. I want them to prefer planting right now. I have to go through all the farms out later. But this is going to be corn. Do we have any homeless? We do. Okay. Which is saying something considering I've just built a bunch of housing. But that's fixable. Housing. These ones. I'm sure we can find something better fits there. Okay, so he is... Okay. I was gonna say, is he doing what I'm hoping he's doing? He is. That's good. Water is good. Food is good. Ingredients could be better. Right now, we're limited because we can't get enough rabies out of the ground. You got too many of them, ironically. Can I? I can. It's going to request, and it's going to request rabies. And relative priorities and everything. What do we got? That's same priority as all this. Okay, I'm going to lower the priority on this because we're unlikely to need it immediately. And I'm actually going to increase priority of that because I want that done ASAP. I mean, I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Kohlrabies, Kohlrabies. All right, we've got unemployment starting to trickle in. That unironically is a good thing. There's a concept in economics in the scale of large economies where basically it's not a good thing if every single person is employed, because that means that there's a labor shortage. And you ironically don't want that. Does this take metal? I forget. No, it does not. Okay. I'm gonna pause. Oh, not gonna pause that one. But I'm gonna just let all of these run. You know, if I'm gonna run both those, might as well. That should be... Yeah. That's enough. And of course, once this is built, we're gonna have great big batteries that we can tap onto for power. And the kohlrabies are coming in. Dehydrated and sleeping. These will be along shortly, I'm sure. Unless we're out of wood, which is a possibility, but hopefully not. What I'm seeing right now is that we don't have enough haulers, and we're about to have a lot more beavers, so I need more haulers. What are the builders all doing now? Oh, they're working on this. I mean, that's kind of fair, yeah. Just saying about what I can do here. You need to build that one. Now, do I need to build this? Measures water contamination below its arms. So then the best thing to do there is probably wait for this to be full of water again so I can measure it. Because I don't know if it works well if it's flooded, but I suspect no. My plan is I'm just gonna set up a sensor up here that will automatically close these as soon as there's any contamination and redirect the water flow out until it's deemed clear. I wish I could place buildings, and if there's trees in the way, it would just automatically mark them for deletion and then place the building, you know what I mean? I feel like there's a missed opportunity there. Hi, we reached 100 beavers. I'm gonna have to start setting up the tubeway eventually. Damn, we drink a lot of water. Luckily, we do seem to keep up with that, so... We're not chopping wood nearly fast enough. Like, that's what I'm immediately noticing right now. Oh, perfect. Okay, plant trees... No, plant crops. Corn. You know Yeah, these guys harvest, yeah. These guys harvest, these guys... This guy plants... This guy plants. This guy harvests. This guy plants. The temptation to stick another farmhouse there. Everyone's hungry and thirsty. We have plenty of water and food. They just need to go and, like, eat it. We've got lots of kohlrabies, some fermented cassava, which is surprising because we had a lot of fermented cassava. But I guess we, you know, you cooked it all and ate it all. Oh, this is going along good. I'm fairly sure that I can install a sensor, like, probably, like, on a too-high block stand. Yeah. Or, yeah, two. 2 or 3, yeah. Probably put it there. I don't know the height requirements that it has, you know? I wish it went into detail. One way to find out, though. Oh, you know what? No, gee, I wonder why I don't have any wood. I'm building a dam. Water DB flowing. Over here's filling back up. You know, it seems to me that I made a mistake when I built this, because I could have built this 1 block taller and had even more water in reserve over here. Oh well. Doesn't matter that much. Oh, that's fun. Hey, we got tree resin. Yeah, nowhere to put that, but we got tree resin. Annoyingly, it doesn't fit. Oh my gosh. We're not even remotely meeting demand right now. But we're getting there. With, you know, some of the wheels and beavers. Now we're meeting demand. Barely. You know, there's really not much preventing me from making a steam engine other than time. And that produces, what, 400 horsepower? Yeah, that replaces one of these, essentially. It does require water, but the water is delivered by hand. And soon enough, we'll also have batteries, so that's, you know, useful. See, my big mistake building this like this was that the water really doesn't flow through enough to make those spin and produce much energy. Like, it's 30 horsepower each, but most of them aren't doing anything most of the time. I need, like, to increase the flow rate of the water. See, now we're producing a ton of energy. But of course, that's very temporary, isn't it? We are running out of food again. Yes, we are. That was a bad location for that. What was I thinking? Here we go. I'll make one of these that does fermented mushrooms. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, you're right. For the fun fact, they do stack. If one is so inclined. Unemployed, really. The biggest thing we're lacking right now is planks. We cannot make them enough. Yeah, no, I mean, I've got 100 logs. It's not great, but it's not the end of the world. It's because we're burning them, like, really fast. Because my plan here is I'm going to put a bad water sensor from automation in here. It's going to automatically close these whenever there's bad water in this spot and send it that way. This isn't going to be a reservoir dam. This is a, oh shit, we need to block the poison water dam. Which, honestly, is not going to be amazing for the most part, because it's going to be like, yeah, but the point is that eventually it should be able to, like, I'll be able to set it to, you know, wait for a certain minimum, and then let it through, at which point it won't be nearly as bad, and it'll get flushed too quickly. Okay, so, okay, that isn't a beaver, that is, okay. No, the batteries don't help either, although they're coming along pretty good. Mushrooms. $192 hours. Produces 45 mushrooms. It's not a lot. But 4 mushrooms turns into 16, right? So, theoretically, this is nearly done. Considering this is all marked as, you know, low priority, I'm surprised that there's even beavers coming out here right now. I guess when there's nothing else to do. This unironically might be... Yeah. As long as it doesn't cause flooding, that's actually a much better configuration for us. Of course, that depends on there being enough water pressure, but we'll see. You know, my other concern with this is when I do block this up to block the bad water, when I release it, there's going to be a tidal wave coming down the river. It should be fine if I remember to also open these, but even then, it shouldn't be too long of a flood. It should just be a quick, you know, washout. Luckily, beavers don't really care about drowning, so... Now, the good thing is, I'm going to be able to destroy all of these later, and that's just going to be amazing. Not working quite as well as I'd like, to be honest, but whatever. But like all the ladders built over here, these are all, you know, logs and planks, right? Boom. Tear them down, away I go. Somehow, what it's missing is logs. There we go, that's reconnected. I literally just needs a log, guys. Come on. And there's the bad tide that I was trying to prep for. Need a lot of planks that I don't have right now. Of course, it occurs to me that once this is done, that should be able to reach all of that. So I can tear this bit down. 50 planks. Honestly, really what everyone should be worried about is the fact that I'm basically out of food. really not a lot of farmland up here, but I want to exploit it anyway. Ding, ding, ding. These are high priority for food reasons and workplace reasons. It occurs to me that I can lower the priority of these because they don't need to get up there. Well, maybe these ones, because they do need to get up there for that. That one, debatable. We'll see. Actually, yeah, they do. They're ready to get over though, so you know that's an upside. Have they touched this yet? No, they haven't. Guys, there's a literal supply of planks and logs right here. All the planks and logs you could ever need. I mean, it's only enough to build 4 of these, but... This literally just needs someone to touch it. That's all that's waiting for. You know what would make this work better is if I just got rid of a bunch of these and just opened the, like, 3 in the middle. That would drive a bunch of them wild. Guys, there's 50 planks right here. You just need to come grab them. Also, it's marked as, like, you know, can be gathered by builders, but frankly, it can be grabbed by all of us. Taken to whatever storages are out there. That bad tide just goes hard, you know that? You know what I should do? That way, the water level can build. That way, it has room to build up the water behind there. Because, well, it's going to kill those trees, and that's unfortunate, because I'm really burning through trees right now. Okay, time to pull them back. I need you guys to do literally anything else for a while here. Especially you. Who's currently getting contaminated. Alright, so I guess I have to invest in medical stuff. And it does need contact with this, so... And I also am going to need to provide those with extract, and I get extract from none of that. Okay, so I need this, the deep bad water pump. Oh, I see the differences. Fair enough. So there's the bad water pump, and then centrifuge. And then I want storage. These are going to accept bad water. With the goal of getting rid of it. And I'm going to put this there. This one's going to hold water and it's going to request it from other warehouses. And there we go. They still haven't used any of that. The act of emptying that out and then blocking it the way I did has very definitely slowed down the rate of water. And of course there's still beavers going over there. I really wish I could just order them not to go over there. Suppose I can do that. And then they don't have a path over there anymore. What are they working on right now? Ah, you're working on this. Fair enough. I mean, you're also starving, which isn't so good, but... That is why I can't plant there, because it's out of range of that building, technically. Yep. And there it goes. Okay. So. Time to flush. And hope that we don't die as a result of all the contamination killing everything. As it very well might. Actually, I think most of my beavers just got a good bath in contaminated water, which is not so good. Which is better, CashOS or Bazite? Honestly, depends on what you want. If you want something that's super reliable, Bazite's great. CashOS, also probably very reliable, but in different ways. Personally, if I was jumping onto Linux for the first time, I would probably go Bazite. Between the two. Not because CashOS is bad, but because Bazite is designed with the thought in mind of somebody who's playing around with Linux for the first time. It has a lot of safeguards. You have to go out of your way to break it. Okay, fair enough, but still. We're about to have a colony collapse, I think. Because bad water is royally screwing us, and we were already low on food. On the plus side, we are making mushrooms, so we actually might survive this. It's not enough, but it is something. I would really like it to be day so I can actually see the color of the water. Alright, we're still slightly contaminated. Not enough for me to be all that concerned, though. Alright, let's start by 1.95, or actually 2, because I never want that one empty. Still doing that. I definitely need more hydroponic gardens, and you can stack them, so having a food source that is plentiful and not land demanding is probably a good idea. Everyone's unhappy because it's hungry, and I get why. On the plus side, breeding is halted because everyone's eating all the berries. I mean, that's both a good thing and a bad thing. Because we need new beavers, but we also need less beavers. It's a good short term, bad long term. Okay, I'll let that run for just a minute, a couple minutes more, just until it's, you know, filled up a little bit more. There we go. And now we basically just wait for water to refill all of our dams, and away we go. I have no doubt that it's going to be WoW. Oh, look, someone picked it up. How do you have metal blocks? I see. Shit. I did that. Part tip, make sure you orient it correctly. And of course, half of those ended up back there, so they can't be retrieved. Yeah, we just had about 20 beavers starve to death. Coming up on 50 beavers. I have no idea what you mean by file formats. Oh, they probably should work fine, yeah. I don't see any reason they wouldn't. Visual Studio doesn't work. VS Code absolutely should. I mean, depends on what you're building. Is it like C#? Then you just need to install the runtime, right? What I'm trying to work out right now is why are we drinking from water? It's because we have no haulers. We have no water because we have no haulers. In fact, we have no builders, I don't think. Yeah, we have no builders in the entire colony. We should be able to recover from this, and I need to make sure that we have more food. Positions of food and water are high priority. Everyone else is give or take, whatever. Yeah, they're all having to shuffle water around themselves. You don't need this, or this. Right now. I do need blueberries to resume the resume that. We need to get our population back. Doesn't help that they've also got a bunch dying of old age as well. On the plus side, it looks like food is at least starting to recover. Because we've got a population of about 60 with a food supply. It should be 80 to 100, but it is clearly closer to the 80 side of things. The bigger looming problem is the complete lack of haulers is fucking us for water right now. plus side, we are making that up there. Yeah, see, as soon as I did that, now the water supply's recovering. Because the people that are pumping the logs no longer have to run and supply the water themselves. It's massive, massive thing, that. I wish I could specifically say, hey, the hydroponic garden needs to work 24 hours a day. Have a night shift. You're shitting me. Alright, well this is incredibly low priority at the moment, if I'm being honest. There are other things that need to be built first to save lives, so... Hopefully the beaver that's contaminated will proceed to become uncontaminated. I've got so many contaminated beaver and none of them are here. In fairness, it's probably because there's no extract here, but still. Just need, there we go. 70 hours of extract, beautiful. There we go. I wonder if you can see him progressively get less contaminated. I don't think we will. I think he's just gonna snap into the not contaminated state. have no idea how you wire these together, but... You know, the HTTP stuff would be cool. If you could get the state of, like, bad tide and stuff and automatically adjust all your flows and stuff like that, you know? There's possibility there. I need metal blocks. That's all there is to it. I'll take a drought over another bad water, to be perfectly honest. On the plus side, our food supply is recovering. We're no longer in danger. Beaver supply is also recovering. Centrifuge is going to be centrifuging because we need more centrifuge action. Don't believe... No, we don't need any of that at the moment. And screws, bolts, whatever they're called. Definitely used them all up, but... Can't afford to run that right now. My primary thought is I want to build more hydroponic gardens. Because they're incredibly dense. They're slow, but they're dense, and I can build a lot of them. And they are importantly immune to water. Just in general. That looks weird the way that it follows the camera instead of the sun. The sun is always just to the rear and left of you, basically. Handy. And this one's basically just missing... Oh, that one can't be reached. God damn it. Alright, so first saw here. Can I do that? I can. And that lets him get access to it. That's all I need. And we got a drought. Not the end of the world. How many beavers do we have? 8? Okay. So they're processing through. Painfully, the metal parts that it needs to finish this are in here. Well, mostly. I'm curious. I want to check. Is there a workshop mod that makes it so that they can get to, like, rubble? Satisfactidy Rubble Edition. Wow. Hmm. There is, options. Ooh, this had some neat options, like the ability to prioritize rubble. This was last updated. Last year. Not the most useful thing here. Yeah, there's not really any mods out for this yet. Alright. I do wish I could, like, click and drag these out of there, but I don't really see a way to get in there at the moment, because I can't dynamite that. I could build, like, stairs and then destroy that, I guess. But, like, that's a terrible idea. I can recover that, though. Okay, beaver population. Cure contaminated beaver. That was a bit delayed, considering I've already definitely done that. Like a couple of times. Did that? No, it didn't. Okay. Cool. That's awesome. That's unironically really cool. Love that. Love all those metal parts that just got disintegrated. What is using 500 horsepower right now? It's nighttime. There's nothing running. This is these? How do I use... I have no idea how to tell what those use. They're not even running, so... Also, we're out of extract, which is problematic. Because we're out of bad water, which is also problematic. Because it's a drought, so there is no water being pumped. I want to Google the contamination sensor. What was the name of the game? Timberborn, there it is. I need to find out if it, like, has a height detection limit or something. Love it when AI writes a page about the thing they don't know. It's fantastic. That's a YouTube video. Contamination sensor Timberborn wiki. There we go. Yeah, okay, I'm not seeing anything super relevant here. So I guess this should just work? We'll find out, I guess. Once this project is done, though, we essentially move into an era of not needing to worry about many things anymore because at that point I believe this takes log or planks. I might be wrong though. Or not metal blocks, rather. I believe I'm wrong. Do we have a storage for gears? We must, right? Yeah, we definitely do. The contamination's hitting hard, isn't it? I'm gonna pause these because at the moment we don't need them running because we've got like a lot of metal out of the ground. We can turn those back on later. That frees up some other jobs. It's amazing how much the water level drops in a couple days of just no supply. Because, like, that would have stopped right at the edge there. But, like, you know, it's a solid probably foot down. If I had to guesstimate. I feel like these should start completely unwound and actually wound up, because who's carrying those rocks all the way up there, you know? Drought ended, hurrah. I just need things built. We've got materials right now. We need things built. We got bad water coming in, so we'll be able to deal with contamination soon. Wonder why? I mean, I guess because the one's thirsty, huh? It's so close to being done. And then it's just a little bit of wood, a little bit of water. It's done. The best part about this is it doesn't actually require anyone to like be there. It just does. It's water and logs, and it goes. And the way she rumbles. We're still technically not doing enough, but that's because... Oh, wait, water is starting to flow. Beautiful. But still, that's going to just constant power through the night, too, so... Which somehow isn't helping. I'd love to know what the phantom, like, 100 so on... horsepower is over the night. Well, actually, that's gonna be these, but still. nothing else, this is a slightly faster than average, or slightly better power gun. Progress is being made over here. Good to see. I wouldn't mind a mod that just made bigger hydroponic gardens. There's no reason that they have to be limited to that size. They could just be bigger. I think my next big thing is I'm gonna dam up over here. And I'm gonna turn this into a farm over here somehow. We'll see, but it's gotta be possible. If I pop that, water levels, if I dam up over here. Probably dam up over here. Yeah, I'll have to dam that up, and I'll have to dam that up. And then this whole area floods, and hopefully we can turn this into farmland. Might have to invent explosives to make that really doable, but that should be doable. At the very least, I should gain a bunch of farmland just in general around. This is going to be flooded, which is unfortunate. Unless I... Can I regulate the amount of water? I absolutely can with automation, with the depth sensor, yes. If I set up a depth sensor, I could automate releases of water to keep this area floated to the amount that I want. Do I get more or less land from doing that, though? If I flood it to here, I get all this and all of that. Maybe some of that. If I let it flood to that, I get all of this. Potentially a bunch of this. Yeah, I have to think about that. Yeah, it is. Just to see what one gets me more land. Because, like, this would be good farmland. But then I lose that and that. On the other hand, this is a lot of farmland. Some of that. And if I, like, dug a channel, maybe. Just so that it was just going down here. And then dammed up over here a little bit. Like, I could... There is potential here for a lot of farmland. Which reminds me, I need to slow down this. Otherwise, we're going to run into the situation again where we can't feed everyone. what? I'm sure the wiki tells me how many breeding pod. I'm sure it tells me how many have a words. Why does wiki not tell me how many population it provides? Because I know that they basically just give you, like, X amount of population, basically. It's not like a deliberate, you know, it produces 10 beavers. No, it did, but like they'll die at a certain rate, right? To get the accurate number for your colony, use the following formula. Maximum age of your beavers divided by 5. To get the population maintained by a single breeding pod. You know, him being dead, you know, makes sense that he's homeless and unemployed. But I can't actually see an age. Also, he died at home. Of possibly starvation. Oops. No, he's just hungry. Like, what age? 55? 38, 79, 8, 29. I'm gonna say 50. So that would be 50 divided by 5 is... Ten-ish? Yeah, 10. So actually, I do want to just leave that one on. Because that's 6, 10, that's about 100. Which is still close, but should be fine. Because we have increased our growing quite a bit since that incident as well. There we go. Way I see it, that's a low priority, but when it's done, it'll free up beavers. It's also going to make it incredibly loud inside that industrial pile there. I do love how quickly, like, I do love the look of this. Like, look at that shit. It's so good. Like, it even rotates at the right speed. Oh good, we're almost ready to start blocking the river. I'm being curious. At the very least, that needs to be blocked. And actually, we don't need a block over here. But yeah, this side needs to be blocked. And just like that, I now know the answer to my previous thoughts. And actually, how the hell did they get logs over here? It's a bit wet. No, I'll admit that. Reach average well-being of 10. Oh, good. Alright, I wanted to see what would happen when that released. The answer is not a ton. It flooded everything out for about 5 seconds. That's perfectly acceptable. And actually, we don't need those, so it doesn't matter. Got seals. Something tells me if I fill up that bottom section there, it's going to get me a good amount of green space over here. I think the thing to do there is a set of single height floodgates and then a depth sensor that just keeps this from overfilling, as well as blocking off the far end with dams. Yeah, seems reasonable. Actually, maybe not up against the wall, because I'm not sure how the game's going to work with that, but... might as well do it all with this. You are going to have a height of 0.95 meters. You are going to have a height of 1 meter, because right now I want you to block. Oh good, mushrooms are happening. Mostly right now limited by... we have the planks, we have the gears, the metal parts. Metal parts. Technically we have enough, it just needs to be delivered. Yep, I'm okay with that. It almost takes the entire place. I think that should work. I don't know how I got to display that a minute ago. I hope this doesn't give me some warning like, you know, you're too high. Too far above. I'm not worried about that. I just wanted to block the water from over top from going around. Oh, I just realized there's a drought in progress. That explains why they're getting over here so easily. I mean, this part here is still full of water, and that's very intentional, but this part here, dry. Easy. They run fast on that. Well, plus that, they get lots of wet fur. It's very good for them. They like their fur nice and wet. Oh, good, they're all running. Don't have any water, but that, yeah, there you go, you're fixed. These need to be a priority in making sure that everyone's, you know, getting stuff done. Oh, good. Almost there. Really? Okay. I just realized I don't even have to do that. They can technically reach out from there. Not sure what part of that's supposed to be changing, but... Doesn't seem to be complaining that it's, you know, locked off from seeing the water, so... Sure, yeah. Dam complete. Bad water for all future instances dealt with. Bad water as well? Or bad water, medical beds. I guess not. Now they can get their back scratched on. Alright. will say it's quite a wild that we're still not actually. I mean, they're eating all of the mushrooms. So I'm kind of spit out. As long as we're not processing it fast enough, they're just being eaten that fast. Good old back scratching it. Hell yeah. Doing good on all those. We're not doing it. We should probably get some mangrove going. Soybeans, eggplant, algae, and coffee. I'm sure they'd love some coffee. We can go back to 16-hour days. You guys deserve to be happy. Happier. I kind of wish that the game would replace the grass with mud or something like that. Because it is underwater, right? The grass would be so dead. Mangroves grow in the water, do they? Well, have I got a place for that? It's gotta be near a forester, though. I can do that. It doesn't work down there, but I don't need it to work down there. Now, who harvests the mangrove? I mean, I'm guessing the tapper. If not, that can be corrected. I want to make these taller. I enjoy that we can basically just ignore the fact that it is a drought. Also, I'm pretty sure that I could not bomb this lower even if I wanted to. I think this is the minimum layer already. Sure, I was just checking there. Well, no, there's definitely thickness left there. So I could make this deeper. I might just do so later on. I guess the question is, how many hydroponic gardens does it take to feed a colony? That's a fancy shower. Kind of love how it was built. Yeah, I kind of love that design. I don't know if it would actually work, but it looks fantastic. So you've got your pressure plates that activate the sprinklers. I look at both of them, so, you know, not amazing in that regard, but if that's fine. They stand up, that pulls up. Probably they bounce themselves a little bit, and that uses that to pump water up and into the... Either way, that looks cool. And there's the water. I do worry about if the water, if we ever, like, when we run into a situation where we're, how do I put this? Where we have a really, really long drought. I don't think we have enough water storage in general, including this bay. But I also don't think we're going to run into that for quite a while, so I'm not that worried about it. Okay, that's all being built. Beautiful. And the intention there is that this should, in theory, be just maintained at a reasonable level of water. So I confirm all of that with that. I just noticed that has like a little... That one doesn't, but this one does have a thing indicating where it's looking. Is that because this one's too high, or does it just not have that? Guess we're gonna find out. Next time we have a bad tide, I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this and see if it snaps shut when it's supposed to. And that's going to be for things that want a binary value. Can't get all required materials. That's bullshit. There is no scrap metal. We have used all the scrap metal. I low-key kind of just love this spot over here. It's just like a ring of trees around just a random source of water, and that's beautiful. You know, the game provides us all these resources around here, but, like, they all get killed off by the bad water, so... Not amazing. Alright, making progress on that. Okay. And that should just more or less maintain the water level at 0.9. Now, do we want wood or do we want food? We probably want food. I'm not sure which food. And yes, automation. It automatically keeps the water level in here. This is basically detecting when the water level is that. I don't think... well, okay, we do have corn. That's fair. We should probably grow more of it. I'm still debating if it would not be a better use of my time to fill this up higher and be able to use all this land. But then I'm also thinking about the other options I actually have, like the irrigation, the fluid dump. I mean, once I have explosives, I can literally just dig a hole, put a fluid dump there, and turn it into grassland. Unfortunately, bread isn't a thing. But the mushroom... Ooh, that just finished. Fermented cassava and fermented mushrooms are what I'm doing now. The fermented mushrooms are, processing. These are growing the mushrooms. I just realized I don't have anywhere to store fermented mushrooms. I actually need to build storage for it. I have thought about it, yeah. Obviously, Monkey is a thing that has to exist to start, but a good company to look into is Northsphere. I honestly don't really have any actual desire. It's just something that I've randomly thought about. Unironically, I don't see Badwater in this list. Despite the fact... Oh, there it is. I think I want that one. Also, I'm out of planks. Probably because I'm doing this again. It's kind of worth it as a money saver, if anything. Oyster mushrooms, lime main mushrooms are stupid expensive in stores and both taste phenomenal. The most expensive part is starting is you need a Mark 10 can make your own for a reasonable price. But yeah, I mean that's part of it too. But I mean also there's a farm that grows mushrooms not far from me, where I can just buy mushrooms at like bulk pricing. Like I can get a 5-pound box of mushrooms for $10. At that price, why would I bother? I think right now they're growing buttons, but it depends on the time of year. Listen, I'm not saying I disagree, I'm just saying that's what they're growing right now. It varies. I honestly... I think they've done Lion's Mane. I think they've done... Actually, I think they've done Oyster and Lion's Mane. Both the ones that you've also mentioned there. It just depends on the time of year, what they're growing, what makes them the most money. But they sell them for like, fuck all money at the end of the day. If you just walk in. 5-pound box, $10. Walk out. Heavy on mushrooms. Yeah. It's just whatever they've been asked to grow, basically. I will say that I fear for their long-term survival, though. Because there is Karens who have moved into a development that was built nearby. And they're making all kinds of noise about how stinky it is. Well, maybe you shouldn't have moved in next to a fucking mushroom farm, you idiot. Ooh, that died. Now we get to see. Will this correctly close the gate? The way I see it, that means that those beavers can go do other things when they're not needed. And you just grab them as needed to refill. You would think so, but I mean, at least over here, what happens is they'll just keep bitching until the city government / court gives up, and then the mushroom farm gets fucked. And the same thing happens with what are they called? Like racetracks. You can build a racetrack out in the middle of fucking nowhere. 20 years later, some idiot will have built a subdivision next door. And they'll start yelling and complaining about how loud it is until your racetrack that was there before you ever were gets shut down. I've seen it happen more than once, and it is the biggest pile of bullshit ever. Hey, it worked. It detected it really early. But that's fine with me. And this should mostly just spill out and go down there. Yep. Yeah, but then you get angry, like, jail time and stuff. Contempt of court, all kinds of bullshit like that. I agree that it's dumb, it's stupid, it does not make any sense, but it is also a thing. So, yeah. This is beautiful. This is exactly what I was hoping to see. In event of bad water, redirect. As soon as this clears out to at least sub 5% contamination, away we go again. Yeah, but again, issues legally. Of course. damn! 100 months in a row. Like, actually, what the fuck? That's so long. Thank you. Thank you. Back to mushrooms. It's amazing how many people who think they don't like them when they've only ever eaten buttons, cremelli, or portobello. It doesn't feel right being a sub for literally years. I know, right? I swear that wasn't intentional. I was trying to get it straight. And just failing very badly. Okay. Now, structures I can get rid of because I need them. Alright, so this whole area is farmable now. Well, aside from up there, but that can fix that with a set of stairs. But yeah, it does feel weird and wrong. And this is gonna be corn. Not corn rations, just corn. Oh, I should probably add a storage for metal parts, huh? Yeah. Corn. And then this one's gonna be a storage for soybeans, because we're not growing any of those either. There's soybeans. There's corn. And then I'll do some eggplant over here because we're not growing any eggplant, and canola for the rest of this. What were these? Ah, it doesn't tell me. Was it soybean? No, it was... Ah, it was soybean, yep. That bit up there might not get planted, that's fine. Alright, so I've just planted soybeans and corn and other things. Which is canola and those eggplants. Soy, corn, eggplant, canola. Perfect. Thank you. Alright, and that'll just set itself up. And the bad water diversion continues to go perfectly. It's probably going to be like a bunch of bad water that gets sent through right at the front here. But that's fine. It'll get washed through pretty quickly. That being said, I should probably consider moving this like to here or even to here. Actually, there's probably the best spot because it's like, well, but then it runs into the issue of that being... Lots of thoughts. I'm just going to leave it be. It's probably fine. And you don't have cassava. That's fine. We're not growing much cassava, to be fair. Should probably grow more. I'll convert this section into cassava once that over there starts growing. Which means I'm gonna have to make more of these because I've got eggplant rations to make. And nowhere to power them. I will figure it out in a minute. Get power over this way. Yeah, that works. You're going to do eggplant rations. And canola. For the canola, we're going to need an oil press. Is it worth having a water collection or two in a new farm area, or does that screw with everything? It'll make this have to cycle a ton. It wouldn't technically mess with anything, but it would make it just on and off constantly. Yeah. It'd be, if I'm gonna pump more water, I want to do it from, like, in this area. Whether I build platforms or whatever, it doesn't matter, but I want to do it from in here. Because this is our main natural water reservoir, as opposed to this, which is the keep all the crops green reservoir, and also grow mangrove. And this is where we get our pine sap, that we really don't use nearly enough of to justify that much of it, but... And yeah, and I could also like plant mangrove in here as well, but I don't think I'm gonna need to with this going on over here. There's already a ton, and we're almost fruiting. Oh, that's gathered by a gatherer frag. Oh, that saves me tapper's jack, doesn't it? That tide's over. Hell yeah. And then life returns to the land, slowly and spirally. That's what I was hoping to see. As long as the total bad water storage is at least 75% full, and that's the majority of it. 100% contamination. That's wild. That's so much. $82, $81, $80, $79, $78. I'm hoping by the time it reaches that mythical mythical. It's gonna be a nightmare drain? Not really, because the intention here... Well, I mean, it's gonna cause a little bit of a flood, I fully admit that, but the point is, this is gonna reach about 5% contamination, at which point, with any luck, most of the bad water will have flushed out here, as it is. And then these empty, tidal wave goes downriver. Hopefully there's enough space in the reservoir to just handle that. But if not, whatever. It'll go through. At this point, the amount of contamination left here isn't even concerning because it's not causing any undue effects anymore. So that's perfectly what I was hoping to see. Yeah, technically, I could probably go into automation and find like a... Let's see. Probably a timer and a memory. I could make it so these slowly lower over time, but I don't really need to. To be fair, it is brand new. It wasn't here a couple days ago. Look good so far? It really does, yeah. And there we go. It's just a small tidal wave. And it didn't even fill the reservoir. Hell yeah. That's what I like to see. A little bit of a wave and then it was fine. I've also got, I don't know if you saw this. I've got a sensor here that's managing the water level of this area here by manipulating the height of these. And a sensor over here for the amount of bad water we've got collected, turning that on and off. We've got another one that turns on and off our just general water collection. It's all kinds of fun stuff. This is the spiral map. I don't quite remember what it's called, but it's the one with the giant spiral. I believe it's 256 by 256. It's about halfway down the list. This giant spiral is the biggest pain in the ass because of how long it takes things to happen. So, like, your first bad tide that's like a day long, you'll get the achievement for having survived the bad tide, but the bad tide hasn't actually hit your colony yet. This must have just finished being built. Cool. What, the beaver's well-being? Oh, you mean with all the hunger? They're not. It's just them needing to go and actually get food. They're fine. As the day progresses, they're fine. Okay, yes, but that's because I largely have been ignoring them. But I'm about to bring eggplant rations, and mangrove fruit, and fermented soybeans online, so... That's literally what that is down there. And then just aesthetics here, which is apparently actually pretty important now that I'm looking at it. But, like, you know, we're getting there. Got some scratchers and a swimming pool. Listen, these are the iron teeth. Fine. Have some shrubs. And in random, hard-to-find locations. we'll get a lantern. The problem with the lantern, though, is it takes wood, which I don't have. The planks I'm just always out of. But I'll put some in anyway. Yeah, that's where I put that. I tend to build very tight, which makes this not super easy. Roof? Oh, that's easy enough. Problem is, it can't be reached. At least not easily. I shall endeavor to use ladders, which are the only mod that I have installed, because frankly, not having ladders sucks. It's also worth noting that all of my sciences come from these 5 and the one that's over here. I'm only doing slow science. I probably should unlock the better one, but it uses 500 horsepower that I don't want to spend right now. That being said, as soon as I can get this online, I can turn off this and free up 4 beavers, so... Well, maybe not, because it'll help charge these. Go charge them. Oh, I just realized that should not go there. That functionally limits how much power this thing can store. Also, DM, I'm pretty sure that that is masochism. Alright, so I just realized I don't have any storage for mangrove, do I? No, I don't. That can't go there. That's okay, that's fair, yeah. Thank you. Ugh. Oh, these are done. Yeah, perfect. Oh, that's why I didn't do that earlier. That makes sense. Good job, me. So that was just a waste of resources. Still have 17 unemployed, but we're getting there. Oh, apparently we have homeless. Can't deal with that. There you go. Now you're not homeless anymore. Now it's just collective homelessness. It's a very different thing. Yes, the location ideal for that is right there. Well, rip that. It's just, yeah, 20 logs. Pretty sure I don't need this anymore, so I can turn that off. Let water flow slightly more, because it is very definitely occasionally flooding that, so... everyone crosses this bridge, I suppose the best place to put this decorative clock would be somewhere around there. Well, I say that, but honestly, most of them live here, so really, this would be like right here. I swear it's like there's a little burst of water pressure every so often. Oh, you know what it is? It's all the pumpers. As soon as they start pumping, the water level goes down just enough that it doesn't flow as good. But during the night, it fills up a little bit. Planks are forever the thing that I need more of. Almost nobody's homeless anymore. Woohoo! I need to set up more this. This one. No, not that one. This one. So they're not making planks because they're not getting logs, and they're not getting logs because what? It's not being delivered, I guess? I guess the answer is we need more haulers, technically. And more land growing trees. Where's the explosives? Landscaping? Yes, it is. Really? Just uses bad water, huh? You know, the thing is, rotational energy, as we see in this game, is like one step removed from electricity. I would love a mod that let you turn your rotational energy into electricity and distribute it amongst buildings that way. Because these beavers are certainly industrious to figure out magnets and coils of wire. I need to set up one of these to ferment soybeans, I think. Yep. Death by electrocution if connecting power lines while powered? Maybe. I feel like that would be a great way to accidentally kill off every single beaver in your colony, though. Also, if a building is manned, will safely shut off the power when a power line is being connected. That's not a terrible idea. Yeah, you'd have your power control people. Yeah. I think there's enough beavers going past that to make it worthwhile, yeah. And we have a drought. I mean, that is certainly an interesting idea for a way to make such a mod, at the very least. I think, yeah, I think it's C#. So not out of my wheelhouse to make that happen, but I'm not super in the mood to do that. I think you could mod this game using just like Melon Loader and it'd be fine. I will say, 8 of these is apparently enough to just barely make sure that we always have some mushrooms. 138 ready to be made into food. 200-ish, 184 ready to be eaten. Where am I storing gears? Okay. You know, technically I could build more industry out on the water here. I just have to build it over the water. Just bring the power down and around. Ooh, we're almost out on this one. Ooh, very almost out. Uses treated planks, which we don't have a very good supply of. No, I think we're better off at this point continuing and going over here, perhaps? If I route the path right so that it goes past that, then that becomes our future supply. Of course, this is not a bad place to go either. Now, how do I get down from here? I think I go this way. There we go. I really should get into mass transit as well. Wherever that was. It was, yeah, the tubeway. gonna do that though, I want to do it underground. So that it acts as a subway. It's gonna be very slow to build, but totally reasonable. How the hell? We'll see. Part of the problem with Cities Skylines 2 is that ultimately it is very VRAM heavy, and OBS hates that. If I max out my video memory, that's when the frame rate for you guys starts to die. That's why the more recent Cyberpunk streams have been a lot better than the earlier ones, because turns out turning down the textures so it doesn't absolutely max it out does a really good job, actually. Maybe. We'll see. They did just release a new DLC for Cities Skylines 1, so... Oh god, no. That is not the type of task that I enjoy. Trees are animated now. Neat. Oh, the one that was on the roof got out. Oh well. He got out through there and then he followed him, I guess. Either way, I still want this build, so. Because I don't have that level of self-hatred. Fuck, you're right. These are ones that grow adults, though, so, you know, big benefit there. No more kits. Take extract. Yeah. And berries and extract instead of berries and water. We mutate them into being adults. Which, think about it, means that I was gonna do this in the meantime, but like that means that they're gonna have their working lives are gonna be considerably longer because they're being born as adults. True. Well, I'm sure they'll be fine. Well, listen. We're going to inject all the information they need straight into their brain. It's fine. I need another fermenter for mushrooms, is what I'm saying right now. But they're genetic, and we can inject genetics. That canola texture looks way better than it has any right to. I kind of love it. I love that. That's amazing. Got corn rations, we got fermented, all kinds of stuff. Honestly, I think we're safe to increase our population again now. Neat. You know, for the record, I do recognize that there is a heavy implication going on here from the developers that we can dam this off right here, break that, and then flood this river, and now we've got all this usable land. Especially if we can figure out what to do with that, we'll just cap it. That literally turns all of this into usable land. Oh, if I just cap these, I can turn all of this into usable land. As long as I'm willing to put some beavers to the task of building dams across the bottoms. On the other hand, that does mess up my bad water source here, doesn't it? For the record, I'm doing that for the aesthetics, not because I really want to. I mean, not because I need to, rather. Because I just think it'd be neat to just have this body of water down here at all times. Is it a controls problem? Or is it something else? Fair. do is get yourself a keyboard, mouse, and USB hub, because that's, yeah. Oh, do it. I mean, that's relatively solvable if you, like, go to... Well, really, you just... It shouldn't be hard to scrounge up a cheap keyboard and mouse. I'm sure you can find one if you look around. He said, then thought about the fact that most people are not in fact like him, and thus don't just keep keyboards and mice. Well, yeah, but I mean, if you got like the keyboard and mouse for like $3, right? I know if I go to my local dollar store, I can get like a terrible little tiny mouse for like, I think it's like $50. I'm not saying it's the best option, but I need more haulers. I need more beavers to be haulers. Damn near impossible to find even an HDMI lead longer than a foot. Why would anyone bother with one that's short? That's wild. I know what I can put in there, in the lake over there. I can put mangrove trees. That one and those two. As soon as they release their kits, I'm gonna knock them out and I'm gonna replace them. Wish there was like a pin button, so just keep this window here while I interact with other stuff. Because they are waiting on stuff to happen. Namely this. Yeah, they need planks, I believe, is the current thing holding that up. Yeah, hopefully after this we will no longer have any more kits. I mean, obviously, it's not even a hopefully. It's a, we will have no longer any more kits. It'll just be, here's your adult beaver, ready to work immediately. Which removes their time where they're just a resource sink, really. Don't you love a progress bar that says breeding progress? True, a good progress bar in general is pretty damn good. Oh, that reminds me, one time I went camping, and before I left to go camping, I downloaded an app that was like progress bar or something or other. It was basically Windows 98 themed, and it was like, you know, basically a clicker. While I was camping and had no internet, it was fantastic. The moment it connected to the internet, Jesus Christ, heaven almighty, why the fuck? I uninstalled it so fast. So many ads. It was unplayable. It was unplayably full of ads. I have that on Steam. But yeah, no, they went and messed up what I thought was a actually fantastic game. By putting so many ads in it that it was unplayable. Oh yeah, there's a bad tie going on, isn't there? It hasn't even reached us yet. Or, no, there's one coming. Hopefully with the population coming up, we'll start to see more haulers, which is very important to us because we need more haulers. Things will start getting done more efficiently, and away we go. Yeah! Oh, yeah! Okay, okay, so I want to be very clear about something. I'm not against ads in games. As long as they're opt-in. And I'm being very clear here. By opt-in, I mean the game does not force you to watch them. It doesn't trick you into clicking the button. It doesn't just autoplay it. It goes, hey, we'll give you some advantage if you watch this ad, but you don't have to. And it doesn't give you anything you couldn't otherwise get without doing that. That is being respectful of your player. That is how it should be done. And far too often isn't. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? There's no other situation where that's a thing. That is by far likely the most valuable way that you could sell an ad as a developer, as an ads company. I got somebody to sit down and actively watch ads. Not through coercion, not through trickery, by asking them nicely. Those views are worth a lot more than the average view is going to be worth. That is actually so cool. Just all of this is so cool. Okay, but that isn't quite the same. If I'm doing it to skip something that... artificial timers like that are something I don't agree with. The only reason you're making me wait is because you want me to watch that ad. That's not respecting my time. The worst thing you can do is disrespect your player's time. Because they could be doing other things. They could be making money. They could be playing somebody else's game. They chose to play your game. And that's fine, but at the same time, that shouldn't be a mechanic to begin with as my argument. Because that's disrespectful of the player's time. You know what would be fun would be using explosives to blast through all this and set up a set of gates that open when there's bad water to just make them flow straight out. That only counts as 15% so far? Damn. I'm realizing now that I could have gone for shorter versions of these and not put them on those. Oh well. Doesn't really affect much. I mean, I suppose. I mean, it depends on how the game is built, honestly. There are ways to build the game that can have timers without also being disrespectful. And I'll grant that. But I just hate it when a game is disrespectful of my time. I just realized there's no point in having those separate. That dam there need not exist. So just leave it open. Fleet Command? I don't think I've played that, but fair enough. Oh hey, things are powered. Oh, apparently it takes canola oil. We are negative power right now. Still negative power, just not as negative power. Free mobile game that's also on PC. You might give it a really rating about. Yeah. Apparently this has a high chance of injuring your beavers, which is an interesting thing. It's like the thorns, but I haven't seen any... I guess there was 4 injured beavers, but still. Oh hey, the hauling post is starting to populate. Hell yeah. Wish I could tell them to prioritize harvesting these ones. Well, that's just terrible. That's actually awful. What the hell? Oh, hey, we're almost here. Oh, wait, hang on. Easy. Water is good. Bad water could use more. Next drought, I think I'm going to add a dam around here. So this, and then more pumps. Someone I know is right up around Operation 73 had to wait 10 or 4 years to go one level up. At that stage, you're expected to be using speed ups. That's ridiculous. That's beyond ridiculous. Yeah? Yes! And no onions! And no onions! Yeah. Otherwise you got it right. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. To get the board cube back to max level, which is 15, it takes 8 years, 43 days. Or just 2 max level, which is... And yes, Starfleet, yeah, but at the same time, it does mess up and allow throw enough crumb. I mean, that's good at least. Ish. That's probably going to completely block this off. So it's all going to flow that way. Went from 3 to 3 to 4 to 4 in about 2 months, which is insane itself. Most people want that level average about a level a month. Fuck that. No, I'm good. Hey, I reached well-being 20. Even if only just for a moment. Hey, we must have built some roofs. We did!
Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, that just sounds irritating. Yeah, let me tell you how much I wouldn't be playing that game if it was doing that to me. I don't have the patience or the desire to deal with that. I just realized I don't have any storage for fermented soybeans, do I? In a similar vein, I'm also lacking storage for eggplant rations. Not that that seems to be a huge limitation at all. And I also want storage for corn rations, because I have a lot of corn rations. Or rather, I have a lot of corn and none enough corn rations. Actually, do I want to do that, though? No, I don't. I want to store... explosives. That's what I want to store, but not in here. I mean, fair enough, yeah. Come on, I need this out. It was 99% done. One way to get you to return daily is to roll out a compensation for a mess up. It doesn't go into a mailbox or anything. You have like 3 days from the wallet to collect. Oh, that's bullshit. Yeah, no, that's actually infuriating. I wouldn't like. Oh, I've already got soybeans. Do I actually have anything I need to store in here? I could start growing coffee. We're definitely growing far more canola than we need. That requires a forester, and I'm assuming it's picked by... Okay. Well, that suddenly makes doing this a lot more... make a lot more sense. So I need a forester. And then I'm gonna put mangrove in the water. And then I'm gonna put coffee up here. Make it Scalopi so... Wow. It's kind of wild that this patch of trees is enough to keep us just in wood. We're good for wood.
They preferentially, you know, cut these ones down, but they can also just go to those ones. Anyway, I'm gonna call this a day now. You guys have a good night, alright? Talk to you later. Enjoy the rest of your night.